goes on and the fire glows low. Yarn in a basket and a soft lamp's glow. A stack of stories waiting by the chair. Pull up a seat, there's magic in the air. Turn the page, cast the stitch. Every tale begins with just a little twist. Welcome in, come take a seat where cozy yarn and stories meet. A cup of tea, a quiet night, pearls and plot twists by candlelight. Welcome friends, the tale begins with woolen words and kindred kin. So settle in, stay a while. Pearls and plot twists make us smile. Needles click in a gentle rhyme. Stories unfolding one line at a time. Heroes wander through forests deep, while blankets grow stitch by stitch. Welcome in, come take a seat where cozy yarn and stories meet. A cup of tea, a quiet night, pearls and plot twists by candlelight. So cast a stitch and turn a page, another chapter on the stage. The yarn is warm, the story's true, and there's always room here just for you.
Hello, everyone. Good morning. Good morning. It is 11:02 a.m. Oh, I got a little spiky hair. On the North Shore of Lake Ontario, it is a hot and humid day. We did have some rain this morning. It had actually cooled down a little bit, and now it's back to being hot and humid again. So good times. Good times. My laptop is doing its thing as it does every week. I don't know what's going on. Half the time it's the internet is the issue, but fingers crossed. We will be here the whole time. There's Lola. Hello. So just so that everyone's aware, we normally go to 5 o'clock. We're only going to 4 o'clock today. So we're here for 5 hours instead of 6, simply because I have to leave just after 4 o'clock to get my son to a bagpipe teacher. The North American Championships is coming up starting on Friday. So we're going for gold. We are going for gold. So we've invested a lot in, like last week, I was in London, Ontario, which is a couple hours west of Toronto. And I was there for Monday and Tuesday. So I was like, it was kind of about 24 hours that we were there. We left at lunchtime here, just before lunchtime. And we actually, when we got to Cambridge, we pulled off, we did a little side quest and went to the Mary Maxim store. And that is the famous yarn store. If you have seen the movie Project Hail Mary, I know it's a book, but specifically the movie, that cardigan that he wears, that is a Mary Maxim design. So the video is on my channel right now. I did a little vlog about my trip to the Mary Maxim store, showed off all the yarn, kind of explained what the store is like. There's loads of pictures in there. I think I put 45 photos in. I only had 30 minutes really in the store. So this was a mission that I was on because I had to get back on the road. We did have to be in London by a certain time. So I just had a little limited amount of time in there. Next year when I go, I'll probably give myself at least an hour to walk around the store, and I can do a little deeper dive on the gift shop and on the yarn shop because it's a bit of both. So the reason we went to London is that's where one of the top pipers in the world lives. It's amazing. They all seem to live across the 401 in Ontario, which is really wild. And so we went to him for 2 hours of lessons, in person, hands-on lessons. And then tonight we have another hour of lessons with another piper. And no, we're not cheating on his main teacher. His main teacher wants him to go to a variety of teachers for different things, because there's some teachers who are really, really skilled at fixing things, like crossing noises. If you know anything about bagpipes, you'll know what a crossing noise is, grace notes, all that kind of thing. There's people who are really skilled at fixing and correcting things. So that's why we take him to a variety of teachers. And although he's sitting really high on the list right now, he's ranked number 3 in Ontario today. We want him number 1 in Ontario by the end of August. So that's why we're putting so much into him right now. And then come September, my life is mine again. We'll be doing lots more live streams, lots more live shows. Yesterday, Lola and I we were talking again about doing our little marathon full day kind of knitting challenge, where we're each going to knit a pot holder, and as well, the winner will be who made the most progress over the course of the day. It will be Lola. Like, I'm not even here to win. I'm just like, let's host a show. So the goal is to have Lola up here with me, and we'll be knitting and sprinting and chatting and all the thing. But like just like this, but with another person and with one focus, which is to knit the pot holder. And I might do the teddy bear one or the little piggy one. We'll see. We will see. Yeah, Lola's like, yeah, it'll be me. Yeah, I know Lola. Lola's a way faster knitter than I am. So she'll win. Plus I'll be distracted, right? I'll be like, oh, let's go get an Alani. Oh, let's go do this. Let's go do that. You know, yeah. Anyway, that's where we're at. So yeah, London was, it was interesting. We stayed in a Verbo. And I understand there's a real culture right now of people complaining about like Airbnb and Verbo kind of things. And I get it. I stayed in a Verbo in Calgary in January. And we were there, we arrived on the Wednesday and we left on the Sunday morning. So we were there for like 3 full days plus like 2 little bits of a day. And then it was a great experience. The place was lovely. It was clean. We had everything we needed. And there was a dollar store around the corner. So the things that weren't there, we could easily just grab. And the only kind of request, like the rule, your checkout rules, instructions, orders, was to just put any used dishes, put them in the dishwasher. And then I think it was like just kind of pull all your garbage together and leave it in one spot so the cleaner could easily find it, right? No problem. No problem at all. And in fact, I took all our recycling, separated it, put it next to the garbage, and it was easy peasy, but there weren't like a lot, there was no rules really for checking out. This one in London, oh my God, the amount of rules. I was just like, this is crazy. You know what I mean? Like I paid, it was listed at $105 a night. I paid $260 because by the time I added in all the fees, plus they added a cleaning fee on top of it, and I still was expected to take the garbage out to the garbage shed. I was like, no, not doing it. Not doing it. So yeah, if you're running a Verbo or an Airbnb or something, like just don't make it harder than being at home for people. Because yeah, I don't like I wouldn't. It was just so bizarre that we had to. And then when I went out to the garbage shed, there was no receptacle for the unit that we were in. So I just, it was crazy. Way too many rules. And I always thought that the purpose of these was that it was like run by the person who owns the home. All these places it's just property managers now. There's no actual real human being that owns the place that you're talking to. You're just dealing with property managers. I don't get it. I don't really get it. So I think I might go back to staying in hotels because I'm not, did not love the Airbnb or the Verbo experience the last time, like this last week. And then we had to be out by 10. And so we had to go find somewhere to hang out, which was fine until the thunderstorm came. So good times, good times. Lola is here. Hello. let's see here. Oh, and if you have a channel, do me a favor and just like let Lola know. We're going to get links out today. I know I keep forgetting to share everybody's links, so we'll definitely get the links out, and I'll send Lola the links, the correct list of links for everybody. Anne is here. Good morning. Right now we're experiencing a horrible storm, thunder, lightning, wind, and unbelievable rain. I have one cat who needs to be held right now. I'll try and do this as long as I can. Oh no. Like, I love a good storm, but I know the little critters, they don't like it at all. They are, yeah. So is this the cat that you have to hold? Is this the queen? Is this the one that won't go up the stairs with her own little legs? Or is it the other one? Oh, I hope the storm passes quickly so that you get your arms back. Lola's saying the humidity is leaving. Oh, good, because I don't like it. I was looking at the weather and I'm like, like my weather app. It's like, yeah, no likey. And a librarian of Alexandria is here. Hello, saying hi to me, Pearl, and Lola and Anne. Yay. And Lola's saying, yes, it will be me. Yeah, who wins the knitting competition? And it's, like, it's not like we've got millions on the line. It's just maybe we will. We'll have a little betting pool. See what happens. And Red Pill is here. Good morning. Salut. How is Montreal today? We've had rain and it's gloomy. It's like very overcast right now. And Lola's saying there's probably college parties at the Vernon before. Oh, at the Verbo. Yeah, well, of course. But, a mom and her teenage son are not, like, let it go. Like the guy who owned the condo in Calgary, he was so chill. He was just like, yeah, like, don't worry about it, everything. And he actually, when he asked me for my feedback, he actually genuinely wanted my feedback. And I gave it to him and he appreciated it. He actually sent me a message saying, I so appreciate you telling me this, because I never would have thought of these things. One of them was like, put a couple blankets, like go to Walmart, get a couple heavy blankets and toss them in the closet. Some of us don't like the feeling that we're going to float away while we're sleeping and we need a heavier blanket. So there was just a couple things where I was like, just if you want, to sort of elevate the experience, a couple things would have been nice. So yeah. And then we went to the mall in London to get a couple things, and then had an experience with a man and his little girl. And so we've all seen the video of the man who, kudos to him for protecting women's spaces and protecting women in those spaces. But you can't be yelling at people in the washrooms and like calling the police. Like the man with the two little girls in the women's washroom. And so I'm like, kudos to this man for protecting women's spaces. But you guys, you got to remember, if the women say it's okay, it's okay. So if a woman says to a man, yeah, you can bring your little girls in, then it's okay. We don't need to be yelling and calling the police. And so I'm at the mall and I said to my son, like, just sit on the bench. I'll be right back. And I'm going into the washroom. And you know how there's like hallways down to the washroom? So I see this man and he's staying there and he's like 35 and he's got a little girl. And you can almost see the sweat running down his face as he's trying to figure out, how do I do this? How do I help my child go to the washroom when I'm going to get arrested for doing that? Like, this is where we're at in society. And so I look at him, I said, does she need the washroom? And he said, yeah. And I said, all right, I'll take her. Let's go. So we get her into a stall. I get in a stall, take care of business, wash her hands, come out, deliver this child back. And he was so grateful. But this is kind of where we're at. If there were other women going into this woman's washroom, I would have said to him, just come in, you'll be fine. But because it was just me in that washroom, I was like, yeah, you can wait out here, but we'll make sure your child is taken care of. So yeah, like I said, if there'd been other women going in, I would have just said, you can go in. Just go in the end stall. You'll be fine. We'll protect you. Don't worry. But I didn't want to be there by myself because, just never know, right? And Librarian of Alexandria is saying hello to a Red Pill. And Red Pill's saying it's humility today, but I think she means humidity with the storms. Yeah, it's really humid here right now. Absolutely humid. And Verbo, yeah, I got that. I figured it out. Eventually, we got there. It is Anne saying it's Nemo, the cat. He's terrified of any loud noises. The other two are under my desk. Oh, geez, you've got 3 cats. Wow. I just gave him his anxiety medicine because this is supposed to happen really bad for 36 hours. Oh, wow. Maybe the storm that we had is your storm. Because oftentimes we get sort of like the tail end, like you'll get hit, like the eastern seaboard will get hit, and then we kind of get the tail end. So we get all these storms and we're like, where did this come from? Oh, from the weather is where it came from. So hopefully it's not too bad for you. Wow, your cat has anxiety medication. Wow. What is that? I just give my dog CBD. I just give him that, a few drops on a cookie, and then he's like, all right, we good. If you are lurking in the bushes, don't be shy. Say hello. We don't bite. And we're going to start sprinting very soon. What I am currently reading is The House Across the Lake. It is a bit of a slog. Everybody's like got a variety of opinions about it. It's really interesting. So some people, Lola was like, yeah, it's a murder. It was all right. And then Blake of Blake Hart's Books, who's running Summerween this year, she's like, this book is unhinged. Couldn't put it down. I'm like, yeah, I'm putting it down. I'm like, it's a good story. It's a very interesting premise. It just, I don't know what it is. It's not pulling me along. It doesn't have me in its grip. When I'm not reading it, I'm not thinking about it. So we'll see. It has picked up the pace. The person I thought was the culprit, now I'm not so sure. So I do like books like that where I'm changing my mind. Probably my favorite book like that this year so far was It's Not Her, because every chapter I changed my mind. And so I was like, I don't even know why I'm guessing anymore. I should just read the book and see what happens. So this one is it's picking up. I think I'm about 2/3 of the way in. So my goal is to get it finished this week so I can get on with some other books for August, because this one, would I recommend it? Probably not, but I will. I'm not going to DNF it. Absolutely not. Anne is saying that her cat Nemo will probably relax in an hour or so. Poor little thing, and poor you having to hold this cat the whole time, because cats, like, they bite and they have claws and they're not always so fun. Okay, so yeah, as I said, I'm heading to the North American Championships this weekend, so that will be fun. This is the biggest trip of the summer, so I kind of have to spend the next couple days really preparing, making sure we have everything. I'm going to get groceries tonight, fill the RV, all the things. So I'll be away for 4 days, and then we leave a few days after that again. It's just craziness, absolute craziness, but we can do it. This is the busiest time of the year. The final Highland Games is the 22nd of August, so less than a month, and it's done, and I get my life back. So, and you'll see a lot more of me. All right, let's dive into a sprint. It's 11:19. Actually, I'm going to show you what I'm working on. I'm going to be knitting for this sprint and watching some videos, but I have been working on this, and you can see it's got a lattice kind of pattern to it. Let's see if we can get the right lighting here. I don't know if we can. Oh, there, you can kind of see. I'll post some pictures in the Discord, because this yarn, this is the Melancholy Blues yarn that actually came from Mary Maxim. And I just loved it because it's got the sparkles in it. And so this is going to be a shawl. It's a lattice shawl that I will wear to the Highland Ball in November. So I have a little bit of work to do. And you see, there you can really see the blue. Obviously, navy blue is my favorite color. And you can see there's a lattice. So we do a garter stitch and a lattice. And there you can see the holes. So these are just basic, that's just yarn overs. Simple, simple. If anybody would like the pattern, please let me know and we can get it to you. And it's really, really simple. And how they've actually written it is each section gets, like, it's literally the pattern written out for each section rather than bouncing back and forth between charts and this and that. So that's what I will be working on. And please let me know what you'll be working on. And saying, as long as I hold him, he's happy. Well, you know, I kind of get that, right? My dog is the same way. He would let me carry him around all the time and he'd be so happy. And Lola's saying that's a gorgeous blue, isn't it? It's an ombre. I'm trying to think of the word. So we're almost getting to the end of the dark blue part, and then we'll move on to a different shade. And don't forget to tickle the like button. And you need to subscribe. You need to survive. You need to subscribe to be in the chat. So don't forget to do that. It's just, you just have to be subscribed for 1 minute, and then you'll be able to take part in the chat. As always, we will do show and tell, but we'll do it in the final hour between 3 and 4 p.m. Eastern time. And you can pop your pictures into the chit chat department of my Discord, and the link will be popped in here soon. The bot will pop the link to the Discord in. Okay, so let's do a sprint, and we're going to edit this, and we will sprint. What time is it? It's 11:22, so 12:30 p.m. So an hour and 8 minutes. And there we go. I think we've got it. And like I said, let me know what you're going to do over the next hour. I'm going to get something to eat and be working on this while watching my watch later list because I've got to catch up. I will pop some music on, so don't be alarmed when it suddenly appears because I just need to get it set up. And happy sprinting, everyone. Have a good time. All right. How did we do? I got the section of my shawl completed that I wanted to get completed. Before I went on, I have all my little interwebby to-do list. And one of the items was make shorts of videos. And because I have 4 channels, I had to like every day I systematically go through all 4 channels and make a short for each one. My Purls channel, I do often like pre-schedule shorts like I did Christmas in July. So I pre-scheduled 10 of those just so I didn't have to think about it for a few days. And then also I've got in October, I have like cozy autumn Halloweeny kind of books that I put into shorts with their descriptions and my thoughts on them. So I sometimes schedule them, but most of the time, just every day I pick a video on my channel and make a short and off we go. Keep those numbers up, right? Where did we leave off? There we go. Librarian of Alexandria was going to read something and yes, eating dinner. And I asked what she's going to have for dinner. And then I also asked how's the volume, because I never know if it's too loud or not. Mary is writing reviews. And Mary, are those for like NetGalley arcs? I have a few of them. I think I got 2 or 3. But what happened was they didn't work with my e-reader. So I actually had to kind of wait till they were released and then download them. And then, so now I still have to read them. One of them was Our Sister's Keeper, which I got like approved almost immediately, which really surprised me. But then I couldn't read it. Oopsie. Librarian of Alexandria, it had paneer and rice for dinner. Yum. And let me know that the volume was good. Thank you so much for that. And I was saying hi to Mary. Here we go. We'll skip all the bot stuff. And Emily jumped in with us. Hello, welcome. And I was saying hi. And oh yeah, I turned off my camera so I can eat. Oh, I have to tell you a story. Years ago, I was on a coaching call. And so the coach is running and this one woman, and she lives locally, which is like, I never want to go to dinner with this woman. And she had her face like so close to the camera. She must have had her phone like right in front of her face. And she ate through the whole call. Like, and I sent her a message and I said, turn off your camera if you're going to eat. Like, this is gross. Whenever I've hosted Zoom calls for workshops, coaching calls, anything like that, the only time I ever get a complaint is if somebody is eating on camera or they get up and move around and we're seeing like everything at fast speed. So that's why I always turn off my camera when I eat, with the exception of my favorite little Sour Patch Kids. You may see me pop one of those in my mouth during a sprint, but but yeah, like nothing worse than watching somebody eat. Glitter Librarian is saying, watch out world, here I come. Woohoo, in the house. Nice. And Red Pill is saying that she's getting lots of rain today in Montreal. Kelly has jumped in, so I can always tell the moment Kelly and Alicia, they finish their sprints, because they do morning sprints every day and or every weekday. And so I actually start my show before they end their show. So I'm in both while they're ending theirs and I'm starting mine. And then all of a sudden everyone comes over here. It's awesome. I could just see the numbers shoot right up, because I can see right above me here on my screen is a number, and that number just shoots up the moment Kelly and Alicia are done. And I so appreciate that. Absolutely. And that was me saying hello to Glitter Librarian and to Kelly. And so Kelly's got a lot of work to do. So we're going to stay on top of Kelly till she gets it done. We're going to crack that whip today. Yes. Listen to teacher. Get your work done. And Heather has popped in. Hello. And Tangible Reads. Hello and welcome. I hope you're having a great start to your week. And I was saying hello to everybody. And Heather just said that she subscribed. Thank you so much. I did actually get a notification that you subscribed. And I had buffalo chicken for lunch or breakfast, whatever. It was at lunchtime. And Costco sells this, it's Pinty's brand. and it's frozen breaded buffalo chicken, but it's gluten-free. So I can actually eat it, which is great. So that's what I had with some ranch, because I'm a ranch girl. And I remember all the people who came from Europe for the World Cup going home with their bottles of Hidden Valley Ranch in their suitcases. I'm like, yeah, we'll convert the whole world onto ranch. And Lisa is here saying, hi, everyone. I'm new here, just chilling, reading my book. Welcome. Thank you for jumping in. We will be here until 4 p.m. EST, maybe a little later, because I just got a message letting me know I don't actually need to leave the house as early as I had originally needed to leave. So Heather's saying is stepping away from the screen for a bit. We'll be back in a few. Enjoy whatever it is that you're doing. And I was asking Lisa what she's reading, and she told us just started The Daisy Chain Flower Shop. So I pulled it up on Goodreads. It has a 3.87 rating. It is by Laurie Gilmore. This is the same author as the Pumpkin Spice Cafe, and I don't know what they're all called. The Cinnamon Spice Bookshop. I don't know, the Poinsettia Flower Farm. I don't know. There's a whole bunch of them. They're all on like a theme. I do love when an author kind of like keeps a format going. So all of the books are like different locations. It's kind of like the Hallmark movie thing, right? Where like sometimes it's an inn, sometimes it's a bakery, sometimes it's a tree farm that the girl from the city has to come back to town to help her parents save. Like, I like that predictable format. It's comforting, right? So I do enjoy. I didn't love her books, but I did love that she kept this kind of same style going through the whole thing. And so the description of this book, the greatest love is the one you never expected to find. Daisy is fed up with being unlucky in love, and after several weddings she's done the flowers for, and in divorce, her beloved flower shop has gained a reputation of being cursed, thanks to Mayor Kelly and his infamous visions. Dream Harbor newcomer Elliot has been adjusting to town life following his own relationship turmoil. And until now, he's avoided the flower shop at all costs. If the mayor is correct, he doesn't need any more bad luck in his life. But with family coming to visit, Elliot finds himself reluctantly in front of Daisy's store in need of some flowers. As the petals blossom in the sunlight, Daisy and Elliot might find that love comes when you're least expecting it. The Daisy Chain Flower Shop is a cozy romantic mystery with a fake relationship dynamic, a small town setting, and HEA guaranteed. What is HEA? Every book in the Dream Harbor series can be read as a standalone, which is also very important in a series. So is the Dream Harbor series a whole different series from the Pumpkin Spice, Cinnamon Bun Bookshop, all of that stuff? And is it as smutty as the Pumpkin Spice Cafe? Because I was like, this is softcore porn. You know what I mean? I was like, wow. And people are like, I'm seeing women online saying, my granddaughter's turning 10, 11, 12, whatever. And I'm looking for a book, and people are recommending that. And I'm like, no, don't do that. Don't do that. That's where I had said I'll pull up this book in the chatty bit. And a book nook is here saying, hi, I am Bella. I'm doing laundry and ironing. Good for you. I'm an ironed girl. I love iron. I actually ironed this shirt before I started my show. So I do love a good ironing session. Absolutely. And Tangible is saying hi to Bella. And that Taco Bell has been eaten. Going to take a quick walk with the dog to settle her stomach, and we'll be back. Taco Bell. We've talked about Taco Bell a lot here. I remember 2 weeks ago we were talking about it, but I was like, I don't eat Taco Bell. I haven't been to Taco Bell in a long, long time, but I still got the dodgy tummy. So yeah. And I was just saying, enjoy your walk. And Alicia is here. Woohoo! Saying hello, just joining, got distracted by a survey, now making my grocery list and hopefully get to the store before the storm starts. At least thunder started already. Oh, another one in a storm. We had a storm earlier. It's like very gloomy, humid, it could rain anytime. And Anne is also sitting in a storm as well. holding on to her cat, who is in a complete mental health crisis. So hopefully the meds have kicked in for the cat, and Anne gets a break. Her arms get a break from holding it. Shixie Lady is here. Good morning. Is it morning where you are? Or maybe you came in and it was, oh no, it must be morning where you are. You must be in like the middle of the continent, which is totally fine. I'm not one of those nitpicky people who will tell someone off for saying good morning when it's afternoon for me. So, but if it's morning for you, then good morning. I hope you're having a beautiful morning. And Red Pill is back. Got her bike all fixed up. Nice. And Emily got some work done that sprint, now using lunch break to take a shower and flip the laundry. That's a good use of time. Absolutely. And do you work from home? And does that mean like they watch your mouse moving? Because I saw that back in the day, people would put peanut butter on their mouse and then give it to the dog. And the dog would keep the mouse moving. Susan's here. Hello. Good morning. If it's still morning for you. Catching up on the chat. Wonderful. I hope you're having a great week. Glitter Librarian, I had no focus. I've done that too, where I'll sit here and I will lie to your face and my face and say all the things I'm going to do on the sprint, and then I get nothing done. So yeah, we do that a lot. Sometimes you just need a solid like Facebook session or something of just scrolling just to calm the brain. Kelly's saying I finished my reading for the day and chose a readathon to participate in for August. Oh, which one? Which one? I don't know. I'm doing Summerween, so I have all my books picked. And then I think I have 3 more for August, if I ever finish The House Across the Lake. Yeah. It's a slog. I don't know. And it's so good. Like, it's like, I just don't know why it's not moving. I'm wondering if it's just the way it's formatted, like the actual text is formatted. So yeah, we'll see. I want to get it finished this week. A book nook is saying, changed the laundry, cleared the table, and I'm starting to work on ironing and folding. Beautiful, beautiful. I've done that. Do you do the laundry at your dining table? Because that's what I do. I'll bring it all upstairs, dump it on the dining table, and then just get it all folded there. So I'm not having to bend down. And Shexy Lady saying, no reading, just work, unfortunately. Ooh, icky. Work? That's poopy. That's poopy. Well, hopefully you can hang around and get a little break once in a while over here. Book Nook saying I will continue while watching My Hero Academia, and we'll need to fold some stuff and change over more laundry. Sounds like a very productive day for you. Tomorrow I've got laundry plans so that I can take stuff straight from the dryer right out to my RV, get it all hung up, put away, because we leave first thing the next morning, and I'm not going to have time to do it on Thursday morning. Librarian of Alexandria started the Duchess Hunt. Okay, we'll pull that one up. By Lorraine Heath. The Duchess Hunt. Oh, there's a bunch of them with the same name, and they're all parts of series. Interesting, but I found the right one. So this is a historical romance. It has a 4.07 rating on Goodreads. Hugh Brinsley Norton, the Duke of Kingsland, is in need of a duchess. However, restoring the dukedom, left in ruins by his father, to its former glory demands all his time. With little room for sentiment, he places an advert. That takes me back, encouraging the single ladies of the ton to write why they should be the one chosen, and leaves it to his efficient secretary to select his future wife. I actually kind of want to read this. This actually sounds like a lot of fun. If there exists a more unpleasant task in the world than deciding who's to marry the man you love, Penelope Pettypiece certainly can't imagine what it might be. Still, she is determined to find the perfect bride for her clueless yet ruthlessly charming employer. But when an anonymous note threatens to reveal truths best hidden, Kingsland has no choice but to confront the danger with Penelope at his side. Beguiled by the strong-willed, courageous beauty, he realizes he's willing to risk everything, including his heart, to keep her safe within his arms. Could it be the Duchess he's hunting for and has been in front of him all along? Oh my goodness, that sounds like a lot of fun. Absolutely. I want to know what you think of it. I'll probably hear about it on your sprints. But that really, I was laughing because it just sounds like so much fun. And it's got a great rating, so it must be well written. There we go. Okay. And so librarian saying hi to everybody. And Shixie Ladies saying I miss Kelly and Alicia's sprints now because I sleep in for the summer. Oh, nice. Good that you can do that. I'm an early bird. It doesn't matter what time I go to bed. I'm up by 6 o'clock always. So I actually usually got a ton of stuff done before Kelly and Alicia go live. So then I actually get to chill and just hang out with them, which is great. And Alicia's saying, you got this, Kelly. And Glitter Librarian saying, yay, all the peoples. Yeah, so many people here too. That's awesome. And Tessandra, have I said that right? Tessandra is saying, hi, I'm new here too. Welcome. Thanks for coming in. I'm reading part of The Vatra Witch for my in real life book club today. The Vatra Witch. We will look that up. Is that, oh, there's only one with that name, so it's got to be it. It's got a great rating, 4.51. We're going to save it for the next chatty bit because it's a bit long. So we'll just save it. We'll pull it up right for the top of the next chatty bit. Anne is saying, I'm thinking of going for a walk. Well, take your umbrella because if that storm comes, you don't want to get soaked. Heather's saying, I stepped away while the pest control guy came, had a bio break, prepped some bread ingredients and turned the oven on. What kind of bread are you going to make? Do you do sourdough? Do you do all the fancy sourdough with like the cuts and the designs? Because I've seen some really cool ones. And like when they do colored bread, like purple and blue, it's so cool. I love watching that. That's how I get a little dopamine as I watch those videos. Lola's saying, and go for it. I have to eventually. Yeah, Lola's going to have to get out with her dog, Marshall PR, and for a walk. Shexy Lady saying, I'm so excited they brought back the enchilada. Is that Taco Bell? That sounds like something that would be at Taco Bell. And she's saying, my husband admitted to betraying me. He had one without me. I remember one time my husband came home with something from McDonald's and I found a little lettuce at the bottom of the bag. And I was like, how was your Big Mac? And he's like, what are you talking about? And I said, your Big Mac that you ate at the car. And he's like, how did you know? And I'm like, the lettuce at the bottom of the bag. You didn't do a very good job of hiding the evidence. But this is it. Isn't this the same husband that when you go somewhere yourself, he invites you and then eats your popcorn? Not the same guy. Sexy Lady saying, yes, this morning I'm in California. Oh, lovely. Lovely. I do struggle to keep track of where everybody is. So when people say morning, I'm like, oh, you must be over there somewhere, over on the left-hand side of the map, which is fine. How's California? Because I remember there was like all those fires and that was really bad. Was that last year? Was that a year ago? I can't remember. Glitter Librarian saying, I'm a world traveler adjacent for a month. My friend from Australia is in South Africa right now after a short pit stop in Dubai. So I'm getting tons of photos. We're all living vicariously. Nice. That's awesome. So friend from Australia is in South Africa, but just popped in from Dubai. That's an adventure. Goodness. Kelly's saying, oops, I said reading when I meant writing for the day. Going to Beanie's summer camp from Chris's Corner. Oh, nice. That'll be fun. Well, did you achieve your goal? Did you do what you wanted to accomplish today? Librarian of Alexandria saying, I'm doing audio August. audio book based, and 2 read-alongs. Fun. I just don't think I can jam anything else in. I want to do audio August, so I think what I'll do is do that and listen while I'm walking my dog. So I'll do the hour of listening to audio a day while I walk my dog, and the rest, I don't know how I'm going to fit it in. It's such a busy time. This was supposed to be a cozy granny summer for me, and it's not. It's like hectic, crazy life. Glitter Librarian saying, I think starting next year, I'm doing Summerween all summer long, regardless of whether or not there are any readathons. I love it. Oh, well, Blake Hart Books, Blake Hart's Books, she does Summerween. She starts in June, and it goes, so for 3 months, it's Summerween. So, and she does printables where it's got prompts, so you can pick books based on the prompts, and that's sort of like beachy reads and witchy reads. And I did a video, my TBR, and on my music channel, I also did, I think it's 3 hours of Summerween poolside spooky vibe music. And so that's a lot of fun. I'll get the link and I'll drop it in here. But absolutely, you could still get into Summerween now. And DM me and I'll get you into Blake's Summerween Discord, because there's like, we're doing crafts and journaling and videos and vlog. It's like, it's so much fun. It's a lot of fun. And Book Nook's saying I do it on the couch normally. Nice. I've done that too, where I'm tired. We're going to fold the laundry on my lap. Yeah, that's how we go. And Librarians rereading Bloodlines by Richelle Mead with Lacey Reads, and Make Ex Libris by Jim C. Hines with The Bookworm. Nice. Those sound like big books. Glitter Librarian saying, yeah, yay, Kelly, that would be a good readathon, and I love the spreadsheet that comes with Chris's readathons. Spreadsheets? That's serious. That is serious. Shexy's lady saying he's going to end up with the secretary. Yeah, he will. He will. Because see, this is what I like, is we know he's going to end up with the secretary. So we can just be in comfort of that, with the certainty of that. Lola is saying, I'm rereading Lolita. I read it once a year or so, just, to hammer it home. And Librarian saying, yep, historical romances tend to be very fun. I know that. I've actually, what, I'm going to pop that onto my TBR. We'll see. We'll see if I have time. Marshall Pierre took himself for a sprint yesterday. Oh, did he book it out the door? Mr. Wayne would never. He might be listening right now. All right. So that is 12:53. So I'm just going to show off a couple things. And Alicia's saying, Anna started raining. Dang it. Oh, I think it's just going to rain in North America for everybody. I think that's just where we're at. That is just where we're at. All right. How do I hide this? Okay. Is this better? There we go. Okay, I'm going to show you. Remember how I was knitting the cute little doll for the little girl who's turning 12 in a couple weeks? I think her birthday is, I want to say the 8th of August. So I was making a gift for her. She loves the knit toys. Like, she loves them. I made her one of these little guys, and with the sleeping bag. Hers is in greens, but this little doll, I made one of these for her in green, and the little sleeping bag and all the accessories to go with it. So that was her birthday gift last year. And I gave her one of the little strawberry purses. She actually got the first one, and I filled it with like sweet teas and lip gloss and things for little girls. And so her birthday's coming up. And so this is how she's going to receive her birthday gift, is in this little house. So she can put all her little toys in it. And I got the little doll finished. So here it is here. How cute is that? And but he doesn't have a face. The original dolls don't have faces. So what I'm going to do is when I give it to her, I'm going to ask her if she wants a face. And if she wants a face, then I will sit there and put a face on it while she watches, because I'll have all my knitting gear with me when I see her. So that is the cute little doll. And then I also, when I was in the mall the other day, I went to Lush, and I don't know if Lush is everywhere. I know it's definitely across Canada. I just needed a little thing of cuticle cream, and the girl working there, she gave me Posh chocolate body wash. I'm not a food body wash person, so I've popped that in there for our young friends, and then I will go to the dollar store and get her some candy and sweeties and little chocolate bars, and we'll pop it in, and that will be her birthday gift. And so I'll do a nice bow on it, and there we go. And so Lola, it came from Temu. It was like a few dollars on Temu. How cute is that? But for giving a gift in there, and then this is also a gift. So that's where we're at. The little doll is done, and I just need to get the extra little things to pop in there. And then, of course, the project that I'm working on right now is the shawl, the navy blue shawl. So that's going to be a long-term project for sure. And of course, I've still got like socks to do and poppies to knit. I've got to make about 15 more poppies, which they only take like an hour to do, so it won't take long. But whew, time is ticking. Time is ticking. So now Alicia has a downpour, so she's got to wait to go to the grocery store. At least you don't have to go out and pick up your kids today, which you wouldn't be able to get out of. And Lola's saying, I can get you a pattern for Tinkerbell if you're adventurous. I think I have one. For the Izzy dolls, I have I'm pretty sure I have the Tinkerbell, the Tinkerbell Izzy doll pattern. I'm pretty sure I have it. If not, I'm definitely going to hit you up. And Lola's saying, I love that case. Thank you. Yeah, I just spotted it on Temu, and it was like $5 or something. Lola's saying, you better get busy. I know, right? Ugh. The great news is at this weekend coming up, I have a ton of downtime. I won't be home, so I can't do anything here, but I've got hours as a passenger princess, so I can read and knit and in both directions. And then while I'm there, I've got a ton of downtime because my son plays one solo probably around 10:30 in the morning, and his next solo isn't like till 3 hours later. So we will have lots of downtime in there. So I'll be able to get lots of knitting done. And Alicia's saying it slowed down, so I'll make a run for it. She'll be back in a bit. Okay, stay safe. Let us know when you're back. And Lola's saying, no, it's Tinkerbell official. Really? All right, we're going to have to see it. If you send it over, please, I'll have a look at it while we're, if you have time now, while we're sprinting, and maybe we'll share it. Maybe we'll show it off here. Don't forget, show and tell will be between 3 and 4 today. So if you want to share your craft projects, your pets, your lunch, anything like that, pop it into the chit chat section of my Discord, which I'll pop the link in right now. And then we can, it's always my favorite part of the day is to see, I've already got a couple pictures, 3 pictures of my own here. So all ready to go for show and tell. All right, that is 1 o'clock. And we all have stuff to do. We got laundry, we've got knitting, I've got my interwebby to-do list, everything, so much to do. So let's get back at it. We'll do an hour. So we will sprint until 2. Oopsie, looking at the wrong one. Until 2 p.m. Okay, friends? we got that. There we go. We are good to go. I'll pop our, okay, so I dropped the link to the Discord. So jump in there, the chit chat section. If you put pictures in there, that is you letting me know it's your intention to take part in show and tell later on in a couple hours before I have to leave for the day. Okay. Okay. Happy sprinting, everyone. Let me know what you're going to work on, and we will see you in an hour. All right, how did we do? We'll pause our music for the moment. I got a ton of stuff done. I was working on some decals for a friend of mine. It's for the Legion, so he wanted like a Highway of Heroes thing. So I got those set up, and in order to make it work, I had to update my other laptop, get it rebooted, all of it. Anyway, it's working now, so that's good. And then I also got these little frames. They're just from the dollar store. I'm going to take this off the back and glue on, you know, the little plastic things that you put into the outlets to keep the little fingers out. So I'm going to put those on the back. And then I've got images. Actually, I'll pop one right in here. I had GPT make me an image. There we go. Of course, I won't be able to get it. There we go. So that's the image that's going to go in the frame, and it's going to cover the outlets in my kitchen, just to add a little bit of whimsy to my kitchen. Because, you know, the outlets, they're ugly, right? Like they look the same in everyone's house. So I thought, well, this would be a cute idea. We'll pop this image into here and then get the little thingies glued on, and then they can be on the outlets. Because, you know, the ones that like you don't use, put little frames on them, put little fairy doors on them even. All right, let's see what was going on. So Tangible Reads was saying that she's back from her Taco Bell walk and is going to be editing. And what I'm curious what you're going to be editing. Glitter Librarian getting caught up in Crooked Kingdom and logging books into Deck of TBR-a-thon, Battle of the Bands, and Comic Con. Are these all readathons? Crooked Kingdom, I know. I feel like I might have that on my bookshelf. My son, I'm not a fantasy reader, but my son is. So I buy him books like that are like male-centric fantasy, if that makes sense. So I feel like I have that on my shelf. And Tangible Reads is saying hi to Miss Molly, who is Glitter Librarian. Heather is saying, got bread into the oven, put everything away and cleaned up. It's an Irish brown bread recipe, meaning the dark bread made with treacle or molasses. This is 100% whole wheat. Nice. Are you Irish? Is that why you're making, or you just thought it would be neat to make? And Heather's saying, made my first one ever yesterday, my review. Yum. 5 stars, a 5-star yum. And Heather's saying, next on my list is Welsh cakes. I might make those this weekend. Oh, fun. So we're just doing a tour of, this is the Great British Baking Show here, a tour of the aisles. I love it. I love it. I do love a Welsh cake. Absolutely. Are you going to make Empire biscuits? Because when I was growing up, those were my favorite. My gran made those. Yum, yum, yum. Yum, yum, yum. Don't forget to tickle the like button. And Power Play Press is popping in to boop the like button, heading out to host a workshop. Fun. Such good luck. Have the best time. And Heather's saying, hey, Mal. Nikki Sims is here and reading The Hydrogen Murder. Let's look that up. Pull that one up. Ooh. That sounds kind of neat. Okay, we'll chat about it in just a moment. Geeky! Pearl, I feel like I haven't talked to you forever. Right? We are ships in the night. We are passing and never bumping into each other. Doing the work thing today, reading When the Moon Hatched this evening during karate classes. Nice. I am charging my e-reader right now to take to band practice. So yay. Geeky Witch and I both have high achieving sons. So we are very busy moms. I don't know that we've achieved much, but our kids have, and we chase them around with all their gear and then talk about it on our channels. So that's who we are. So I totally get it. We both have kids that have a lot of practice in their activities and tournaments and contests and all sorts of things. So I totally got this, like, how are we not bumping into each other? Because we're never in the same place at the same time. Like when you're live, I'm away. And then when I'm home, you're working. So once my last big event is the 22nd. So by the 24th of August, I've got my life kind of back. So I won't be on the road all the time. So I'll actually be able to host more sprints and be in more people's chat, which I'm looking forward to. Ren is here. Hello. How are you? Reading The Quicksand Theater Company. Well, Sand Theater Company. I'll pull that one up. Ooh. It's got a pretty good reading there. Okay. We've pulled it up, so then we'll talk about it in a minute. And having dinner, chicken Caesar salad. Yum. A classic staple. When you don't know what to have a chicken Caesar. You can never go wrong. Nikki got into page 211 in The Hydrogen Murder. And Glitter Librarian got to chapter 3 of Crooked Kingdom. I should pull that one up since I was even talking about it. There we go. And got about 5 books logged. Lasai. Are you copying me with your Lasai? Because that's what I always say. Because I'm Canadian, right? So I'm bilingual. Like, you know, most of us in Canada speak French at least a bit. And so I always say le sai because, like, you know, en français, le sai rather than just sigh. And Nikki's saying hi to Ren and Molly, and Glitter Librarian saying hi to Ali, and those are all readathons. Got it. I don't know how y'all do it, to be honest. Like I'm gonna do Dungeon Crawler Carl with Kelly and Alicia. I got 30 days, I guess, to read it. 28 days. We start on the 2nd, as we know, because we just had this conversation this morning. And I'm already thinking, oh, I can finish it in 28 days. Mostly because reading the book I'm reading right now, The House Across the Lake, is taking me forever. I'm like, what's it? Even Kelly said, what is wrong with you? I don't know. But I can do like one book at a time. I cannot read multiple books at one time. And I even like watching TV shows, I tend to just watch one thing at a time and not have a whole bunch of different things. My old brain is getting very tired. Heather's saying, got a few things done, including cleaning off my desk and watching a portion of, is it Rachel in Theory, and pulled the bread out. What is Rachel in Theory? And Glitter Librarian saying, Courtney. Oh, there we go. And Tangible Reads is saying, editing done. Yeah, nice. I did a whole bunch of paperwork and stuff as well on the last one. Sexy Lady saying, I feel so slow reading fantasy. It's hard to keep up with the characters sometimes. That is my issue, is like all these names that I can't connect to. That's what I find. And then like the worlds, all these worlds with names that I can't keep it straight in my head. I like things based in a world that I know and understand. Then add in the fantasy element. Then add in the woo. Do you know what I mean? Like, say, for example, The Night Sister. It takes place in like the real world, but then there's this whole other element to it that's added in. That's what I kind of like that more than a straight up fantasy. I did read A Court of Thorns and Roses. Is that fantasy? Because it felt like it, because it was all kinds of names and stuff I didn't know, and I had to try to remember all these names. And I guess if it's like a big series that you're reading, like 7 or 8 books all set in the same place with the same characters, you get the hang of it. But I prefer a standalone. So I need it based in the real world. Heather's saying, off to walk with the hubby. Nice. Enjoy. Have a good time. And Sexy Lady's saying, hey, Courtney. Hey, Molly. And Heather's saying, while he's at lunch. Oh, nice. Oh, that's so sweet that you go meet him while he's on lunch to go have a walk. That's sweet. Young love. Heather's saying, I'm a UK aficionado. A UK aficionado. Like the king and everything? I was just watching a video about the king. A little bit scandalous, that's for sure. Red Pill saying, working on my laundry today, chill day. Nice. I have no time to have a life due to my kids' schedule. Yeah, like I am the most boring person right now. Like I went to make a July vlog and I'm like, why? Like I lived for my kid, okay? Like there was nothing of me. My June vlog, same thing. It was nothing of me. It was all police funerals, bagpipe contests and competitions, that kind of stuff. I was like, I have no life. I went thrifting with my neighbor the other day and yeah, I didn't even take any pictures. So I can't even vlog that. I should remember to take pictures of things. Geeky saying he may be high achieving, although right now I'm just praying he takes a shower today. Yeah, listen, I get it. I'm going to have to start yelling at my kid to get in the shower because he has a lesson in 45 minutes. So actually, yeah, I'm going to text him right now and say, you need to shower. Just hang tight, everybody, while I send my kid a text. Get in the shower. All right, there we go. Because yeah, I just looked at the time. He has a lesson on Zoom in 45 minutes, and then we have to get out the door afterwards. So yeah, high achieving. This is the thing with they like the people. I remember I worked for a man, and we used to call him the absent-minded professor because he was brilliant at what he did, but couldn't find his shoes. He was a disaster in every other way except for the zone of genius. And so it's kind of the same thing. Like our kids are in the zone of genius and they're exceptional and high achieving in their zone of genius, but in real life they're teenagers. And yeah, I get it. Nikki saying it's a really good cozy mystery. Never read from this author before. I feel like I found another mystery author I write. Which one was that? Was that the hydrogen murder? I should have written down the Quicksand Theater Company was Ren, I believe. But it's not on Goodreads. That's so weird. Why am I not finding it there? Oh, she's written a lot of books, this author. Oh, there it is. All right, I found it. All right. And now I can't remember which story you were talking about. I have a few books here. I have The Vatra Witch, The Hydrogen Murder, and The Quicksand Theater Company. So we'll match them to our friends in just a moment. And Ren's saying, hey, all. Glitter is saying, you don't even want to know the numbers I read this month. I just don't know how people do it. Now, like if you are solely like a booktuber, bookish person, I get it. Like if that's sort of your main focus of your hobby, your activity, I just have so much going on that I don't have time. Like I have 1 or 2 hours a day to devote to reading. Kelly's saying, not what's wrong with you, what's wrong with the book. It's a combination of both. I may need to have some psilocybin to calm my brain down, but also the book just isn't, I don't know. I want to, you know what? I'll tell you what it is. I feel like it's the way it's formatted. The text is like this inside my e-reader. So my e-reader's here and the text is like this. So it's a lot of pages. It's actually 719 pages on my e-reader when it's only like 400 pages in real life. I think that's part of the problem. I should have got a better formatted version. Rensing, I think I do best with 3 books at a time max. I can eyeball read a book and then audio listen to a book, but I have to kind of separate them or else I just start confusing the stories. Because I like thrillers and they could easily just blend together. And Nikki Sims is saying hi to Kelly. And then librarian is saying read a bit and then suddenly napped, was just tired. Well, good for you that you can do that. That's awesome. I did wake up early today. Yeah, you need a little nap in the middle of the day. I could go for a nap. Totally. Geeky saying DCC, that's Dungeon Crawler Carl, starts slow and then goes like a rocket. The first one was the slowest, and I did all 7 books in like 5 weeks. Interesting. I just have the first one. And then, but I keep hearing all of this. I don't even know like what category this book is in. So we'll see how it goes. But I'm committed to doing it with Kelly and Alicia. So I guess we're going to read it one way or the other. Ren is saying Akatar is fantasy, more fantasy romance leading. Thank you. Because I'm just like, if I can't pronounce the names, it's fantasy. It goes in the fantasy category. Urban fantasy might be a good start since it's usually fantasy set in the real world. I could get down with that. I could totally get down with that. So maybe you'll let me know a good one to start with, and then I'll add it to my TBR for later this year. Nikki Sims is saying I'm currently on DCC 4. I really like the series. My loan got returned to the library before I could finish it through Libby. Oh, I saw you say that. And that I think, didn't you say that you had your phone on airplane mode as well? And they still snatched it back. There are places you can download these things and that they can't take them away. Red Pill saying hi. Librarian saying yes, lots of good urban fantasy out there. Okay, well, I'm gonna have to find one and give it a try. The Hydrogen Murder. Thank you. All right, we're gonna read about it now. It's a very short description. It's a mystery, cozy mystery thriller, cozy, heavy on the cozy mystery. Meet retired physicist Gloria Lamarino, an intrepid sleuth who signs on as a consultant with the Revere, Massachusetts Police Department. Gloria uncovers scientific fraud, solves a murder, and engages in her first physical combat, all in the same week. Nice. Well, I'm going to add that to my TBR. Thank you for sharing that with us. I've just added it to my TBR, so hopefully I will get to it later this year, because I have all my summer books kind of planned, not like, locked in, but just that I know what I'm going to read between now and September, and then DCC starting September 2nd. Kelly's saying I have an audiobook, physical book, and ebook at all times. It helps me read more when I'm reading 3 different genres too. Interesting. I just don't know that I could keep all these stories straight. Like, I've been describing a movie and I've confused it with a whole other kind of similar movie, and people are like, that didn't happen. I'm like, oh, I combined 2 movies in my head. Kelly's saying DCC is lit RPG. Oh. All right. Well, I'm looking forward to it. I feel like it's so far out of the realm of what I would normally read that I'm actually really looking forward to it. And we'll see how it goes. But I'm in. I'm totally in. Agreed, Ren. I'd recommend Dead Witch Walking by Kim Harrison. We'll pull that one up. Dead Witch Walking. Okay. All right. And Ren's book, The Quicksand Theater Company. You always read like really, really interesting books. It's got a 3.88 rating, a swoony, slow burn, cozy, queer, romantic fantasy. Oh, it's everything. Of runaway secrets, fae bargains, and sequins in the spotlight. Oh, sequins in the spotlight. That'd be a great channel name, actually. A standalone 3rd book set in the same world as Lava Red Feather Blue and Ballad for Jasmine Town. I think I've heard of that. When Vade Del Vecchio leaves their home in the night, fleeing a family scandal, they knock on the door of the least likely but most alluring of sanctuaries, the Traveling Quicksand Theater Company. Actor Leo Takahashi, aka Leonidas. Oh my gosh. See, all these names, can't pronounce them. Grants Vey a bed in his caravan in exchange for Vey's magical assistance in theatrical productions. Vey finds their respectable, dignified life transformed into a whimsical world of sequins, makeup, and irreverent comedy sketches. In the caravan's close quarters, it's inevitable that Leo and Vey grow curious about each other, a feeling that blossoms into mutual desire. But trouble waits in the wings. Vey has to face the fallout of their family mistakes, and Leo guards the somber secret. Soon, an unbreakable deal he made with the malevolent fairy will take effect, destroying his freedom and potentially his life. Yet it may be in the darkest layers of the Fae realm, in the painful longing of separation, that Vey and Leo each find the truth that makes them feel whole again. And it's 320 pages, so not a long book at all. There we go. Sounds very, very interesting. Ren always has the most interesting books. And I'm like, where do you find these books? Like, where do you find the titles to be like looking for these really interesting stories? Because I would say I read more on the mainstream end of things rather than the more obscure end of things. So it's always interesting to me when people find these sorts of books and I'm like, where'd you hear about that to read it? And Geeky's saying, yes, a lit role-playing game, kind of fantasy, kind of sci-fi, all sorts of sarcastic. Well, that sounds, yeah, I don't even know what to expect now from DCC. I'm a publisher, pirated books give me the hives. Yes, they would. They absolutely would. Glitter Librarian Kelly's a fantastic writer of urban fantasy. And that's, okay, R. Kelly. R. Kelly? R. Kelly here? You write urban fantasy? Wow. And Glitter Librarians are saying, I'll toss you the link in DM. Thank you. How do I not know that? Why is this not being blasted everywhere that you've got books that you've written? Like, I know you're a writer, but I didn't know you've got like, you know, books we can like read and enjoy. All right. Totally getting into this. I'm going to be your biggest fan. That's for sure. Kelly's saying, you're too kind. My paranormal thrillers are kind of a gateway to the more fantasy heavy reads. I like a paranormal thriller. Like The Night Sister, The Sundown Motel, The September House. Yeah, totally my jam. Librarian saying, I would suggest Heroine Complex by Sarah Kuhn, Frog Kisser by Garth Nix, Hex Appeal by Kate Johnson. Thank you. I will, you know what, I'm going to take a picture of your comment so I can look them up later. There we go. Thank you. Librarian saying, the Grimoire Grammar School Parent Teacher Association. Well, that sounds fun. Oh my gosh. All right, we're going to save that one. And Ren is saying, oh, thanks, got this book as an ARC. Oh, okay. That makes a lot of sense, actually. And technically, I'm a bit late reading it since it published earlier this year, but I love books following theater. I love the drama and theatrics. Now it makes sense because, yeah, ARCs, you would get all these random, obscure titles and stories and authors. So, yeah, that's kind of neat. And I used to be in community theater doing stage management and stuff like that. So I was that person up in the booth behind everybody calling the show, telling, you know, put this light on, do this sound, use the curtains, all that stuff. Lola's saying, I don't know if you'd like DCC, maybe. I don't know either, but I'm willing to give it a shot. Ren saying, Kelly likes to be humble. How boring. Yeah, Kelly's saying definitely weak at self-promotion. Well, I'm now your PR girl. So starting Monday, I'll be on top of that. Boring is lame. Aw. Kelly's wonderful. Yeah, see, that's what we're here for. That's what we are all here for, is to promote Kelly. So absolutely. Let's see. Yeah, Molly sent me something already. So I will have a peek at the next at the next sprint, and we'll see what's what. And Kelly's saying, I used to stage manage as well. I miss it horribly. Me too. Me too. There's so many times when I'm sitting watching, like I live in a small town where there's a theater. We have an atmospheric theater. It's beautiful. And sometimes when I'm watching a show, I think, I should be in the booth right now. I should be calling this, like, yeah, I miss those days because when you do a show, like where I grew up and where I was working in community theater, you would start in September and then for 6 months have rehearsals. And then in March, we would be there for Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. So we would do 5 shows. So Wednesday, Thursday, Friday night, Saturday matinee, Saturday evening. And that was it. And that week is the most intense week. That's the week where everybody loses 10 pounds because you're just so slammed with everything. And, you've got to build the set, first of all. So you've got to get in there early, get the set built. And while the set was being built, I remember we'd sit there doing cue to cue and, line by line through that entire script and getting it exactly right for lighting and sound and everything. And you've got the guys up on the catwalk and, it's intense, but a lot of fun. So fun. So much fun. Rensing, I think you might enjoy a stage set for villains. Did you just recently read that? A stage set for villains. I feel like you. Did you just read this recently? Like a few weeks ago? I feel like we talked about this one already, but I've got it sitting here. Or If We Were Villains by M.L. Rio, if you're into the Shakespearean dramas. And however, I love theater books because I wasn't a theater kid. Aww. I did dance and field hockey and a little bit of tennis. Well, here's the great news. You can still be a theater kid. You can still do it. In your community, I bet there is a community theater company that could use some help, a volunteer to work on their show with them. And whether it's doing props or costumes or stage management, because you have like your stage manager, but then you have your assistant stage managers as well. There's all kinds of jobs in a production. So I think you might be worth looking into. And Ren saying, yep, I read both books, A Stage Set for Villains recently, and If We Were Villains a couple years ago. Yeah, I'm pretty sure we talked about your stage set for villains. I think we talked about that a few weeks ago. And Kelly's saying Ren is in her villain era. Yes. Yes. Villain books are great. Well, I think that's why I like thrillers and mysteries. Like I love like David Ellis. He's a really good writer. Twisted Mind. What's Mars? Marrs. What's his first name? Is it John Mars? He's got some really, really interesting books as well. And there was someone else that was in my mind. It just flitted in and out. But I do love a good villain murder. There's a couple murders in my own town that I have been playing amateur detective on. Yeah. I think I'm pretty certain I know what happened and who did it, but that the police can't prove anything. So I have one more arc to read called Violet Thistlethwaite is Not a Villain Anymore. Oh, let me look at this. Violet Thistle is not a villain anymore. That sounds really cute. Oh, and the cover is adorable. Oh my gosh. So it's a charming, mustless, and cozy fantasy romance debut with grumpy sunshine vibes, small town magic, and heartwarming second chances. She traded curses for carnations, but old magic dies hard. That looks really cute. Fantasy romance, cozy fantasy romantasy. Yeah. Interesting. And it's a florist. Violet opens a flower shop, swears off dark magic, and does her best to be good, even if her reputation and her mildly homicidal sentient houseplant make that tricky. Her vibrant bouquets soon charm the locals, but nothing she does seems to impress the grumpy and infuriatingly gorgeous. Oh, there's always an infuriatingly gorgeous somebody in something. Wasn't the other romance story, he was infuriating as well? Nathaniel Marsh, the alchemist she's forced to share a greenhouse with. Interesting. As old secrets start to surface, Violet can't help. But does a former villain like her truly deserve a happily ever after? Yes. Yes. We can always have a redemption arc. Absolutely. Absolutely. All right. Dead Witch Walking, we've got pulled up here. Oh, it's got really good ratings. All the creatures in the night gather in the hollows of Cincinnati to hide, to prowl, to party, and to feed. Vampires rule the darkness in a predator-eat-predator world rife with dangers beyond imagining, and it's Rachel Morgan's job to keep that world civilized. A bounty hunter and witch with serious sex appeal and an attitude, she'll bring them back alive, dead, or undead. Fun. Okay, we'll add that to my TBR. We will add that to my TBR. All right, let's see here. Heather is saying walk is done, had a snack, and I'm perusing my notes from a meeting I had this morning. Nice. And Kelly's having lunch. And then, of course, the question, what are you having for lunch? Leftover falafel. So yummy. So yummy. Yeah, sounds very yummy. Falafel to me is like city food because like we don't have that out in the country. Like you go to the city for something like falafel. Rensing and Tamlin will have a redemption arc too. Akatar character. He's far from my favorite, but I'm 99% sure he's getting one. That's like in the Court of Thorns and Roses. Oh, Tamlin. Wait a minute. I know that name. He was in the first one, right? He was like the grumpy friend. Is that who he is? It's been a couple years since I read it, so I'm a little fuzzy on the details. A little funny on the details. All right, that is 234. Why don't we sprint till 3:30? Tamlin is the blonde. Yeah, I can't remember. Yeah, like he was the friend. Was he not? Am I right? The friend is oh my gosh. Is Tamlin the main guy character in Court of Thorns and Roses? I should really. I don't know who the characters are in this. Obviously, it really left an impact. Because I have no idea who it is. Okay, so he's the main guy character. The main guy. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Lucien. Okay, I'm with you now. It's all coming back. It was way back in the vault. It was way back in the I don't need to retain this information department. And now we've brought it out to the front. We've got it to the front desk to show off. So Lucien, yeah, that was the friend. Tamlin's the main guy. Thank you. He's the High Lord of the Spring Court. Thank you. Because, yeah, I think like at the time I would have known that, but a couple years. When did I read it? the summer of 2023 or 2024, one or the other. And yes, it was quite the groundbreaking read for you. Yes, it was like a departure. Like I needed an airport for this one because I went from, reading probably David Ellis into Sarah J. Maas. So yeah, we were off on a whole other tangent, but somebody told me that it was life-changing for her. And I was like, oh, check it out. And yeah, it was not life-changing for me. Not at all. Not at all. All right, my friends. Let's go into a sprint. Oh, hold on. Rensing, I just did my ACOTAR reread. My rating went down to 4 stars from 4.75 stars. Granted, I read it in high school first. Yes, I think as I can understand why people your age would have loved it, given it 5 stars, yada, 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 yada. But just like when I read a book that I loved when I was a teenager or in my early 20s, and now I'm 55 and I read that same book, I'm like, what was I thinking? What was I thinking? So I can totally see why young people would love these stories. And I'm all for it because eyeballs reading literacy matters. Literacy is the real flex these days. And this is what I'm always telling my son, read books because to be able to pick up something and just read it, that's a skill that people are losing. So I'm all for anything that will get young people reading and enjoying reading, like reading for joy. I am all for. I 100% support that. And I have my son has a popcorn business. We're doing movie nights in the park. We got 3 of them coming up. And what I did was I asked our community to donate children's books. And then we've got a big bin. So when the children come to get their popcorn and snacks, they can pick a book. And each week we're there, they can take a book because literacy matters. And if I have to single-handedly teach these kids to read, I will. I will. And it's okay. I'm fluent in typos, so I got you. I got you. Heather's saying, I love that she used a lot of actual folklore stuff in the ACOTAR series. I haven't read any of it, though, yet. Well, we have plenty of time. There's the whole year left. And it's a quick read. Like when I read it, I think I maybe read it in a week. It wasn't a huge commitment. And Heather's saying that she and Ren are the same age. Wow, nice. Nice. All right. We're going to sprint for 50 minutes, 50 minutes. I think Kelly's having her lunch and everybody's kind of doing their thing. So let me know in the chat what you're going to do. And then I'm going to get some more interwebby stuff done. I'm going to get my pictures printed for these. I'm going to get the decals sorted out. Got a whole bunch of stuff. Little things to do, and then I also have to get ready to leave the house. So that is what I'm going to be doing on my next sprint. Alicia's back from the grocery store. Everything's put away now to eat some food. Yay, you. Well done. And Heather's saying I'll be a year older in 6 weeks, though. Well, let us know. We'll have a little birthday something for you. Lola's saying happy early birthday. Ren's saying 22 is still young. Yeah. 22, yeah, that is like apparently the ideal age, by the way. And Librarian is saying I read ACOTAR book 1 back in 2019, never felt compelled to read on. Yeah, even though I know that the first book is supposedly the worst in the series. I feel the same way. I read the first one and was like, and that's enough for me. So, all right, everyone. I'll pop our music back on. And let me see. There we go. And saying, oh, to be 22 again. I would not want to be 22 again. I was 22 in 1993. So yeah, that was a rough go to be so young in a major recession and everything else. So yep, we will we'll leave off there. Happy sprinting, everyone. Let me know what you're going to work on, and we will see you in just over an hour, or just under an hour. All right, how did we do? I got lots of little things done. I got, let's take that down. We don't need that anymore. So I got one little frame. I don't love the frame though. So I think I might look for different frames, but you get the idea. That, and then I just put the little thingies on the back. I'm going to take the hardware off and I just put the little thingies on the back, plug it in, and then it's hiding my ugly outlet thingies on the wall. So that's what I got done. I also was working on decals for a friend, got it printed so I can cut it out tomorrow and get them dropped off to him. And what else did I got my stuff ready for tonight, got my e-reader charging so I can keep plugging along with what's that book called? Oh my gosh. The House Across the Lake is what I am trying to get through. Determined to finish it this week. I'm there. I'm like maybe 3/4 of the way through. So we'll get there. We will get there. And then what else did I do? Oh, I organized everything for the competition this weekend so that I've got the lists of all the like, so how it works is it shows you the judge, like what particular contest it is. So my son plays grade 4 youth, and then the judge and the start time, and then the list of all the competitors. And so we've got that. Plus then I also do the list for the tuners, and I do a priority list for them. So they have a bird's eye view of everyone that needs to be tuned right before they compete. So got all that ready so that can get packed away in my stuff for the weekend. And then we're good to go. We are good to go. And we left off with Alicia saying, oh, to be 22 again. It was yeah. Yeah, like I think 22 at a different time in history, but I turned 22 in 1993 and we were deep in recession. Life was harder than it is now, which seems incredulous, but we saw hope back then in a way that in Canada we don't see hope now, but maybe I'm wrong. Maybe there is hope on the horizon. And a librarian is saying happy being 34. Yeah, 34 was a pretty cool age for me. And Nikki Sims read more of the hydrogen murder. Nice. Heather is saying, sorry, that wasn't Ren. You said you were 55. Yes, I turned 55 this year in March. And it was somewhat traumatic. Where I was just like, oh, that's not a sexy number. That was not a sexy number at all. And I was telling Kelly that I put The Collector, which is a book she wrote. I looked on Amazon. So American Amazon has a lot. Canadian Amazon doesn't have much. But they found The Collector as an actual book, a book, like an eyeball book. But if I order it now, it's going to arrive while I'm away. So I'm going to wait till I come back and then I'll order it so that it doesn't sit at my front door for 4 days waiting for me. So that's exciting. And then we're going to be Kelly's hype girls. I think we need to, like, we need t-shirts or something so she sees that we're all hyping her up. Heather's saying I'm learning the names in this corner of AuthorTube. Yeah, and that's why I was saying we use screen names only here because then it's inclusive. So the name that we say is the name you see on the screen. However anybody else wants to run their channel, that's up to them. I just, your channel, your rules, my channel, my rules. And so the reason I do that is I know how it feels when I go into a chat and people are calling each other names. They're like secret names. It's only for the secret club, right? That's how I always feel. So I'm like, we're not going to do that here. We're just going to use screen names, even if we know people's real names. Kelly is her channel, like Kelly Colby is Cursed Dragon Ship, but she's here as Kelly Colby. Do you see what I mean? Heather Dewey is here as Heather Dewey, so that's easy. But when it comes to other screen names versus real names, it's like if you wanted to be called this name, just make that your screen name. So yeah, I just try to keep it simple and keep it inclusive for everybody. And Heather's saying I'll not be able to attach names to faces for a little while. That's okay. We just go by screen names. My Discord is there. My Substack is there. There's actually a new article, bonus one that I released yesterday about Summerween. So there was all kinds of ideas for Summerween. Tangible Reads is saying I still trip over names. Yeah, you see what I mean? Like it's too much work to try to remember all these names. Like I'm just like there's days when I'm like, what is my name? You know? Chrissy is saying I've had you up on the TV and I've been lurking. Thank you. I haven't been able to catch a live show of yours in a few weeks, so I'm glad I could pop in and say hi. Well, I'm so glad you did catch me. We weren't here last week, but I did notice that you hadn't been on, so I figured you'd been busy or been away. But just know that I did notice that we hadn't seen you for a little bit. So, and then you got. I was just saying, once September comes, I'll be way more active on YouTube. Like I'm dipping into chats just to say hi, and too busy. I don't like this busy life. Chrissy's saying I just received the happy mail you sent. All the items are so cute. The book charm is my favorite of all the beautiful items. Yay! The happy mail was from Bingo, and I finally made it to a post office because it took me forever. And Chrissy's saying work has been really busy as I try to tie up loose ends so I can go on vacation for 3.5 weeks in August. Too much work, very little time to watch YouTube. Yeah, I get that. But where are you going? Are you going somewhere fun? Or are you staying? Is it a staycation, or are you going to go like away somewhere? Are you getting on a plane? Really is the question. And that was me saying, finally made it to the post office, which seems weird, but I'm not somebody who leaves the house very often. And when I did leave the house the last few weeks, I just wasn't going downtown to the post, like near the post office. So it just took me a little bit. It took me a little bit to get there. Or if I am out, the post office is closed because it's like in after hours. So yeah, good times. And I don't live in the city, so I don't have like kind of late night post office opportunities. Lola's saying I finished one row and my sweater is taking forever. Oh, it sounds like the book I'm reading. Lola's saying all we have is hope. Yes. And Lola's saying my practice has started. Can you hear it? Yeah, that's my soundproof basement. Yeah. He went down there, left the door wide open. So this is actually quite quiet compared to what it was. But this is him playing his pibroch. It's a 10.5-minute piece of music that he's currently playing. Heather's saying, all right, I got some to-dos and project tasks written down. Sometimes making the list is half the battle. I'm going to have my usual birthday stream, I think, by the way, in early September. Please jump into my Discord so that you can share that, and then we can all jump into your birthday stream and celebrate with you. Because that sounds like a lot of fun, and I'll actually be here. Yay! Yep. Good time to take a major break because sun is home. Nice. Chrissy's saying no plane, just up to the cottage near North Bay for a few weeks. So a staycation, but away from the busy city life. It's a cottage holiday. Yeah, it's a cottage vacation. That's not a staycation. You're still going away to a whole other place. But that sounds like fun. I haven't been up in that area in decades. Like if it's north of Highway 7, I'm like, what? Where is it? When my son had actually applied to a whole bunch of universities, and one of them was like Thunder Bay, I think. I had to look at the map. I had to get the map out and be like, listen, this is very far. There's like a whole country between me and you if you go. And it wasn't a matter of like, I don't want him to go live his life. But if he needed anything, I'm not right around the corner, like, so he's going to go to university half an hour from our house, which is nice. Annie, hello. Just got home from the doctor. Need to eat lunch soon. Probably a sweet potato. Yum. Oh, I haven't had a sweet potato in a long time. Lola's saying I love sweet potatoes. Yeah. Like a little butter and salt and pepper. So good. So good. All right. We have a little bit of show and tell. There we go. So, this is Nikki, Red Pill Art. She sent a picture of her bike. She got new tires and everything on her bike. How fun is that red bike? If you knew Nikki, you'd know this is the perfect bike for her with this beautiful red. I love it. Love it, love it, love it. I haven't seen a red bike in so long. Like everything is gray, white, black, gray. So it's so nice. It looks very festive. And Lola said, I forgot to tell you, I changed my hair. Is this a wig? Is this real? How did you do this? How did you do this? Did you put extensions? We need to know. We need to know. Because look at it. Yeah, that's wild. Because it looks like you've got dreads. Let me see if I can make this bigger. Yeah, it looks like you've got dreads plus curls plus gray hair, girl. What's that about? So we need to know what's going on there. I've been working on a ghosty diamond painting, and it's so cute. It's so, so cute, except I feel like, I don't know if you can see my mouse, this little white dot, I think that's wrong. I'm going to take that out and put the same color in, and there's another one here. So I have actually done just this section in the top right corner. I did finish that last night. But it is coming along, and I am really, really loving like the fire. The way they've done the fire in these is really, really cute. Lola's saying, no, it's not a wig, it's attached. Yes, extensions, they were heavy the first few days. And then thanks for pointing out my gray hair to the world. Much love. Mwah, mwah. But here's the thing. That's not your hair. That's the extension. You added gray extensions, didn't you? Is that what that is? I don't know. Look at my hair. Like I'm not a hair extension kind of person. And this was, we were hanging out waiting for music lessons, and I was knitting, and you can see there's a whole lot of needles going on here in this situation, because you have to knit the head and then the start of the body, and then you tie off each arm and one leg, and then it's like a little amputee. And then you knit the leg, one leg, and then you move to the other leg. It's just all, you do it all in little sections. But at one point I had like 5 or 6 needles on the go in one part here. So that was, what I'm going to do, I think, is knit along. I'm going to start another one, and I'm going to show how to do the head 2 ways. And then I'll do a knit along to show step by step how to actually do this and make this. Because it's kind of a beginner pattern, but you actually have to know how to do a few things in order to do it. So that the ghosty is a cutie, isn't it? And he's reading. Look, he's reading a book by the fire, and there's a book on the floor there. Annie O'Brien saying, love the diamond painting. Just curious if they're shiny when done, as I've only seen photos. They are. Let me see. I'll grab it. It's right here. And you can see it. So it kind of is. It just sort of depends on the kind of diamonds that you get. So you can see it is a bit shiny. Like it shimmers. It's got a little sparkle to it. But what you can do, I believe, is get like something like, I think Lola will know. Lola will know for sure. Is it? I can't remember if it's like a brush on or a spray on that kind of seals it and adds a little bit of shine. But it definitely has like those little sparklies you see. That's the shimmer off the diamonds. So there we go. There we go. And Lola's saying, yes, I added gray extensions. I miss my auburn, and we'll do that next time. Nice. And she's saying, I haven't used my DPNs in so long, I don't know if I'd be able to now. So for anyone who doesn't knit, all these needles, the double pointed needles that where you knit in the round, that's DPNs. So, and then I had a picture. This was my little dog. Right there we go. There we go. So the other day, I was taking him for a W. He's right here. So if I say the word, he'll jump up and be like right on top of it. But I got out like halfway down my driveway and I realized I forgot something. And I can't remember what it was that I forgot, but I realized I forgot something. So I said to him, come on, we have to just go back. I forgot, but he would not come in the door. So this is me like pulling on the leash. He would not come in. He's like, nope, you promised me a W. And I'm not coming back in this house till I get my W. And so that was him. I thought that was so cute. Like he just was like, nope, I'm not coming in the house. You're going to have to reach from here. A little thing. It's cutie pie. And Annie is saying, I was just wondering why people prefer them to paintings. Thanks for showing me. So I prefer them to paintings because they're not messy. And you just do one little section at a time. And then when you don't have to pack anything up. You don't have to wrap your brushes. You don't have to seal your paint containers, anything like that. You just get up and walk away. And so I leave mine on the dining table. And when I'm boiling the kettle, I'm waiting for the toaster oven or, whatever. I'll just sit down for a couple minutes and do a little section. And when the timer dings, then I just get up and walk away. And I don't have to do anything to preserve my work, if that makes sense. But if I was, say, doing paint by numbers, I'd have to clean my brushes. I'd have to seal the paint containers, et cetera, et cetera. So that's probably why they're much more popular than painting. I saw another one. I think it was in the Summerween Discord, and it was like the same idea except markers. It was dots. You use markers to make dots, and it shows you the pattern on the page, and then you just follow that. That was kind of neat too. Lola's saying diamond paintings are shiny. You can cover it yourself, protect it from dust with diamond painting sealer, or use polyacrylic to seal it, which will make it even shinier. If you're going to frame, there's no need to seal it. There we go. I knew Lola would have the answer. And Annie's saying thank you to Lola. And Lola's saying doggy knows what's up. He knows 3 steps is not a W. No, it's not. It's not. But it was just funny. He's like, nope, I will not be coming back in the house until I've got my hour W. And I have smelled every blade of grass. Heather's saying, jumping back in also to say, I used to have a haircut just like yours, Pearl, been quite a while. This is my messy summer hair that takes 5 minutes to do and survives the humidity here in Southern Ontario. That's why I do it. Normally, my hair, let me see. I'll show you what I normally look like. We'll see what I can find. I know I have a picture of me. This is what I kind of normally look like. That's what my hair is usually. From September through to June, my hair looks like that. But for the summer and the heat and humidity, can't do it. It's just because my hair, as soon as I step outside, it just flops. So in this way, I don't worry about it too much. Annie's saying they look easier than needlepoint. Yes, because you're not constantly changing your threads and everything else. It's just little, I'll show you what they look like. I'll show you what they look like. So it's just, these are the little diamonds. And this is the pen. And the pen has a hole at the end, and you can see, perhaps, you can see, I don't know if it'll focus, that there's like pink, I don't know what they call it, pink putty, something like that. It's the glue kind of, it makes it sticky on the end that you can pick up the little diamonds. And so then you get like a little tray that is specifically for your little diamonds, or drills, as I believe they're actually called. And then you would pick it up like this. You can see there's one on there, and then boop, pop it on. The sheet that is the painting has glue. It's sticky, and that's why it's got like wax paper over it. And then you just take a little section of the wax paper off and just do that section. So yeah, it's pretty simple. And this one actually lights up. There we go. Lola's saying, Annie, it's much easier. Cross stitch is slow and tedious. Yeah, I used to do cross stitch and needlepoint and stuff, and it just takes too long. It really does. It really, really does take too long. All right, we're gonna take some stuff out of here. Another little look at my dog. Yeah, halfway down the driveway, not a W. That's not a W. Diamond paintings use the same DMC colors as well. Yes, it on the side you can see the colors, and it's actually DMC. And so what's really cool about diamond painting is that there's something I wish would happen, say, in the fashion world, but there's an agreement between all the diamond painting manufacturers that the numbers are the same. So number 1 here is 310, and well, what's this one here? 453. So on here, number 3 is 453, and this is 453. If I had any other sets and they've got 453, it's always going to be this color. So I just keep all of my little diamonds and then add the new ones in. So I don't make new little boxes for each one. And then that way, because sometimes when you get a kit, you realize they didn't send you enough of a color. And but if you have leftovers from a past project, then easy peasy. Easy peasy. And Lola's saying, your dog is the grumpiest looking bug there ever was. He's adorable. Yeah, he's the saddest dog ever. Like, his little tail wags. You can always tell he's happy. If I walk in the room, his little tail starts bouncing up and down. But he's curled up in a ball in his little bed right now. I'll take a picture and show you, because he's like just such the cutest little thing. Let me see. The lens is very greasy. There we go. Here he is. Little mister. He's curled up in his bed right now. He used to be very much a on-camera dog, but he doesn't care anymore. Black and gray. What's black and gray? What's black and gray? The DMC colors? I don't know. Oh, I think, yeah. That Pibrock that he plays, this is his 3rd season playing that Pibrock. I am so sick of it. It's Lament for the Old Sword is what it's called. And I'm looking forward to him learning a new one. He started his very first time competing with that tune was 2024. And so he started learning it 9 months earlier. So for years, I have listened to Lament for the Old Sword. It's a great tune. It really, really is. But you can only listen to the same thing so long. His march changes every year. So this year he's playing Siege of Delhi, which is a great tune. The judges love it And I really think that winning often depends on the tune that you play. And if you pick a tune that judges love, you'll probably win a lot more than if you played a tune they don't love really, really well. So yeah. Lola's saying, yes, 310 is black and 453 is gray. Yeah. And there's also like, there's oranges through this one. There's lovely greens. There's all kinds of colors through this. It's quite a nice, nice set of colors. So yeah, that's where we're at with, we'll take all my pictures out of here. And what time is this? 5 to 4. So we need to leave. I got a message from the bagpipe teacher saying that she's got a cancellation. And I did know that because one of the bandies is sick. So he's had to miss his lesson. So she offered him that lesson to my son. So we're going to grab that. And but he doesn't have to be there till a little later. So that's nice. We've got a little breathing room right now, which is nice. And yeah, in the meantime, I'll be back next week, Tuesday, and jump into my Discord, check out my Substack. Don't forget, if you're chatting, you've subscribed. So that's great. Don't forget to click like. And I will be in Kelly and Alicia's chat tomorrow morning, and then we'll be gone for a few days. So that will be the last time anyone will. But for the most part, we are kind of offline. And I remember last year when we went up to Maxville, the internet was pretty spotty for most of the time we were gone, which is really like just so strange. But maybe we're on different internet now that I think about it. We were on Bell then, and we're on Cogeco now, so we'll see. We'll see if it's any different. But I do remember we were really getting annoyed that the internet was kind of poopy headed while we were up there. So yeah, we'll see. We will see. Alicia's saying, I've been playing Roblox with my daughter. Oh, my son used to play that. That's very cool. And Alicia's saying, thank you for the sprints. Of course, thank you for hanging out. And I'm glad you got your groceries done and didn't get caught in the big storm. And Lola's saying the internet is crap no matter where we go. I find that like closer to the cities, it's okay. But once you're out in the country, it's hit or miss. And I don't know what it is about that area up near Ottawa and in the valley and everything. But yeah, I just remember last year we were almost home before I had decent internet. So there we go. All right, friends, I'm going to hop off and then go and get ready to leave and get my groceries and do all the things. Got my knitting already packed. And I will see you next week, same time, 11 o'clock, and we will be going for the full 6 hours that we normally do. Thank you for understanding. I need to cut things a little bit short today. And I hope you have an amazing week. Annie's saying, going to make lunch. Thanks for the info. I've always been crafty, but dealing with worsening arthritis, so I'm looking for different crafts. Have a good week, all. Ooh, yeah, you could probably find diamond painting pens that are like bigger, or that you can attach something on it to make it easier to hold. So that might be an option for you. And you can buy small kits just to try it out. Temu has them, Amazon, all kinds of places. That you could maybe get a small kit just to give it a try and see what you think. And the kits they don't come with the fancy stuff, but they do come with all the tools you need, including a cheap pen, but it'll do the trick. It will have everything that you absolutely need to do the diamond painting. So there you go. Lola's saying bye, and definitely get a larger pen. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. All right, everybody. Thank you. Have a great week, and we will see you next Tuesday, 11 a.m. Eastern Time, and in the Discord. Bye.
Yarn in a basket and a soft lamp's glow. A stack of stories waiting by the chair. Pull up a seat, there's magic in the air. Turn the page, cast the just a little twist. Welcome in, come take a seat where cozy yarn and stories meet. A cup of tea, a quiet night, pearls and plot twists by candlelight. Welcome friends, the tale begins with woolen words and kindred kin. So settle in, stay a while. Pearls and plot twists make us smile. Needles click in a gentle rhyme, stories unfolding one line at a time. Heroes wander through forests deep, while blankets grow stitch by stitch. Welcome in, come take a seat where cozy yarn and stories meet. A cup of tea, a quiet night, pearls and plot twists by candlelight. So cast a stitch and turn a page, another chapter on the stage. The yarn is warm, the story's true, and there's always room here just for you.